Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. How are we doing? 'Tis time for Starbound Lineage. And honestly, after sitting in that matriarch's chamber all damn day, it's good to be home. It's good to be away from that madness. I posted in the Discord about what was going on, and you know what happened? Absolutely nothing. They came to no decision, and it has been moved to later. Fun. Don't you just love bureaucracy? Is it bureaucracy? I don't know what it is. It's just meeting in committee, only for nothing to happen. Just, yes, kicking the can down the road. Ugh. As a mech of action, this bothers me. Why they even have us around for that, right? Me, Inky, branch commanders Corrode and Cryo were there, as well as the Black Cloak commanders. The only one not in attendance was Trake, but he's busy with other things. He actually has some important stuff going on up north. It very much is. Very much so. And the rest of us there, the rest of the military personnel there who had to listen to the matriarchs squabble over names for our Air Force unit, which have been known as Raincloaks since the start of our society, while wanting to rename them? There was very little words said between the lot of us, but a lot of glances of, we're really doing this? This is actually happening? Really? Ugh. It just is what it is, I suppose. But yeah, we'll find out about what happens with that later, and I will most likely be there for the decision. Even though, as much as I hate getting overruled, I still bring it up. Just leave it be. You don't need to rename anything. It's fine. But no, they're not blue cloaks or sky cloaks or whatever it is. I don't even think sky cloaks would work because, like I said sky cloak, and then sky blue cloak doesn't roll off the tongue right. It's just, The whole situation is bogus. 100% bogus. But then they also tried to rename the Revenants too. But not specifically Revenant. They wanted to keep that. It's been Raincloak. That's where it's been. Basically since the dawn of whatever the Mechanites came about, right? I wasn't there for that one. I'm old, I'm not that old. But it's been Raincloaks. That's been our Air Force. Don't make me get into the specifics of it, okay? But what I was getting at, right? They wanted to rename the Revenants. Not specifically Revenant. They wanted to rejigger the way HOSC works, which is the technical term for Hazardous Operations Safeguard Contingent, what the Revenants are, right? So we have, the Spec Ops over there, the Black Cloaks, and the main infantry and army, which are the Crimson Cloaks, right? But then you have the HOSC, the Revenants, my mechs, those under my command and all my resources in my sphere of influence, right? They wanted to keep the acronym, but change what it meant. Or it's not change what it meant, but change the wording of it. It's like, why? You realize the amount of paperwork and updating everyone across, the entirety of our, population would have to do in order to reflect the change. Why bother? When it's going to mean the same damn thing and have the same letters. Why? Can you tell I'm frustrated by this? That this drives me absolutely bonkers as a leader of this society? Ultimately underneath the matriarchy, of course. But still. This is why I hate getting overruled. Because sometimes we branch commanders and our mates are the only ones making sense in that damn chamber. But what can I say, right? I can just fume and fizzle about it. I secretly welcome in. I'm just recounting my frustrating day with the matriarchs. At least they did me one solid. Not necessarily me specifically, but they did us one solid. They held the meeting over Glacier Base. The majority of the fleet, which, mind you, most mechanized live on flying dragon cities, basically. They moved the fleet, our equivalent of the Navy, but Navy Air Force combining because we don't have, you know, aquatic forces. Our ships over the Glacier Base Mountains, over Frostwatch, and over the rest of the range to make it easy for those of us who exist here in Glacier Base, me and Inky specifically, and there's a couple of others who happen to be visiting Glacier Base at the time, easy to get to the council meeting. Rather than having to take a whole day just to travel all the way out there, sit in a room with them for several hours, and then go back with nothing done. What a big waste of time. In fact, that they moved the cities over the mountains is the only reason why I'm streaming right now. Why I'm able to, because I'd still be in transit on the way back if they hadn't. So, lucky you guys. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Lucky me too, I guess. Because it means I can stream and play games. But oh, you can just tell that today was just not fun for yours truly. And not fun for Inky either. She had to sit there with me. But, you know, that's what happens when you're in these positions that her and I are in. You have to deal with the shite that comes with being at the top. People say, oh, I want to be, you know, say, I think about Solus Exulthans, they want to be president, or they want to be king of this, or, you know, leader of that, or whoever, right? It comes with a lot of crap, and I'm not even going to get into the specifics of it. Half the reason I have as much free time as I do is because my sphere is in warfare, and we're in peacetime right now, so there's not really much for me to do. The workload goes way down when we're in peacetime, thankfully. And I delegate out to all my staff very, very well, and everyone has a fairly even workload, and it's manageable. If you manage it right, you don't have to do as much. But when shit hits the fan, oh, then there's no stopping it. Everyone's busy. Anyway, enough rambling, let's get to the game. You lot know I could go on and on and on about this. And one of these days, maybe I will. Yes, exactly. Manage it wrong, and it becomes endless. But I have very set, simple workflows for everyone. Now, how will all of them handle their tasks and delegate, you know, as needed? Because it all spreads out, basically. The command staff has, you know, their set of underlings and assistants and such to help them with the duties I put before them. I also have to visit research and development. That's a whole other thing. But yeah, just good management, making sure there's clear communication with what needs to get done, when it needs to get done, and I personally don't care about the how. I let the how be figured out by whoever's doing it, whoever's, you know, sorting that particular thing out. Unless it's something that needs to be followed to a T for very specific things, such as safety protocols for handling dangerous chemicals or whatever. The how? That's their sphere. I'm not going to mess with it, because the more I try to control it, if it's going to someone who doesn't know how I think or how I do things, then they just have to keep asking, hey, you know, what about this situation? Or what if we do this, this, and this to get to here? So I just take the hands-off approach there unless I absolutely have to. And yes, I realize I'm still rambling. I haven't gotten to the game yet. That's because I'm loading it up and getting all the stuff switched over in OBS. So just give me a second here. Yeah, for as unbusy as it seems like I am, I do have a lot to do. It's just very well managed, so it doesn't come across like much. But oh boy, you know, if I slack for a couple of days, it's gonna come piling up on me, and then I'm really in for it. Of course, Inky also helps take the load off a fair bit. Alright, cool. God damn it, I knew you were gonna do that. I wasn't even trying to be that way, and you still did it anyways. That sort of thing is why there is now a sexual themes label at the top of the stream. I don't know if you can see it up there. But that's just the way it is. Alright, now enough rambling. Now we can actually get to the game. Yeah, I do, don't I? I really do. Also, I think for this one, we're going to have I think we're going to do normal Starbound music for a change. Just for a little bit. They all that one friend or chatter that can take anything. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and that's right, we do have the patch notes for the update, which we will get to in just a moment. Let's actually get back to Time Break Tower and base, and we'll go through the patch notes and stuff of what has been changed. I should have brought my voice commands up. Maybe I'll do that in between. Oops. In between transit. But yeah, Xyonon has very graciously put together patch notes for some of the stuff that we've been working on behind the scenes, or he's been working on, really. He does a lot of work in order to make Starbound Lineage as fun and as involved as possible. So, of course, let me just get back there. Read them before walking? Okay, we can at least do that. Let's see. Alright. 230724. The high energy costs of some of the wizard weapons have caused a clunky playstyle with awkward pauses between casts. This patch tries to address that issue. In order for the player to have a better understanding of the energy cost of wizard weapons, the weapon type will now more generally define the energy cost and function of abilities. Generally speaking, staves and wands will not fully burn the energy of the player, while grimoires will have high energy costs with impactful, long-lasting effects on the battlefield. That being said, there will be exceptions, such as worm food, as related to the Infernal Viper. Occult items will also continue to vary in energy cost. Electrosphere analysis changed down to better match its power. Fire inquiry on volcanology. Burn debuff damage while standing on lava increased from 2.5 to 5% max health per second, making it very powerful against high HP enemies. Obsidian Stalwart. Alt ability energy cost reduced from 150 on all stages to 75, 100, 125. Nice. Ice Seamstress. Energy cost reduced from 5,000 on all stages to 55, 67.5, and 80. Damage reduced by 30%. Hazard alive time reduced by 30%. I'll have to figure out what that means, but if we ever get around to using the Seamstress. Theory on Snowfall. Storm duration increased from 2, 4, and 6 seconds to 6, 9, and 12 seconds. Damage reduced by 60, 50, and 40%. This is scaling up the tiers, obviously. Poison mycology research. Poison debuff duration increased from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. Rapheltia Kiss. Energy cost reduced from 5,000 on all stages to 100, 120, 140. Damage reduced by 30%. Rosebud, alt energy ability cost reduced from 150 on all stages to 75, 100, 125. Others. The Witch Doctor. Perfection doesn't need adjustments, deal with it. Side note, the wizards have been reporting a subtle change in biodiversity on the planet. Interesting. Just don't get wrecked. Now add the game up there. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I can't wait to actually check these and see how it goes. So yeah, with regards to this stream in particular, though, we are going to be doing largely resource gathering. We're going to do some mining. We're going to probably try and find an asteroid field to start digging out. Just stuff like that. I just realized that was my last rope. The goal here is to continue to upgrade the base and get better, more effective crafting stations. You know, future-proofing, essentially. Was that really my last rope? Jeez. Well, we don't need to worry about plant fiber. We have fluffalos for a reason. Why am I putting that over there? I must be in a really weird mood. Upgrade module, cool. We can add that to our stash. I remember making this thing particularly annoying to get through without a rope or double jump. We'll have to probably work on getting double jumps soon. Also, I kind of thought about the change from, from ESOs, or from my normal Starbound style of play to ESOs. And it's just gonna get confusing, honestly. So I'm probably going to run it the way I usually do. Just for the sake of not, because like, all the time you've seen me do cool stuff in Starbound has been on that, you know, mouse spine set, right? So why change it to be more consistent with something else when it doesn't play that way anyways? Because unlike ESO, where I hit a button and it just happens, this is switching to a slot, so it's like, that flow won't work the way I think it's going to. And I did, you know, practice a little bit off stream. It wasn't going the way I wanted it to, so. I was gonna make the point to reset my mouse spines real quick. Yeah, like I keep trying to hit the, like I have a, the look button for where you know, do this to the camera, right? Well, that particular button on my mouse is in ESO shared with the 2, which is, you know, my heal button. But my muscle memory for Starbound is telling me to, you know, try and look around and keep switching to a non, whatchamacallit. Basically not what I am trying to do. It's not working. However, I am going to tweak something a little bit more to make it easier for combat, because like one thing I have noticed is that my bar setup is really clunky and weird. So I have combat, utility, all that, right? And then healing items would go on 4. So I figured what I could do is I could have healing items on 6 over here. I have that slot, that same button that I use for healing, which is what it's always been bound to. I can just change that to hotbar slot 6, which is right here. So now I can quickly jump between that, and then that'll be on my, you know, my heals will be over there, and I'll have the weapons and stuff like that more aligned. Hopefully that tweak will still work without me being like particularly befuddled by it. Yeah, I'm weird in that I like to have a degree of consistency across my bars, where it's like there's always something that just fits, right? Like, I just like having a bar be like, oh, I can always have my, you know, my rope on both of these. So that's why there's always a rope somewhere on the same thing, which is 3, which is easier for me to just like tap on the keyboard and go like 3, rope, save. Like, even if it's not a rope, though, right? Like, even to get, like, a grappling hook or something, you really do need to, like, be able to... Words. You need to have some sort of gravitational save outside of a double jump. Because unlike a double jump, right, you've already seen the terrain that's going past you, so you can more accurately be like, okay, I can rope that. Whereas with the double jump, or with double jump, the rate of gravity and the way you fall in Starbound is so fast, it's really, really hard to reliably save yourself by double jump, even on fast reaction time, unless you know exactly what's beneath you. Now, of course, you know, if you fall, you could look down and then save yourself in that regard. That's something maybe I should work on practicing at some point. But not on these characters. That's asking for trouble. Summers, good to see you. Alright, so the Witch Doctor didn't get changed, but all this other stuff did. So what I think we're gonna do is... I know Xyonon was asking earlier in our DMs while we were discussing the patch notes and stuff like that. Not the patch notes itself, but... Only Rosebud and Withelcia got changed? Okay, in that case, I can only ditch these two. So, Tier 2 and Tier 1, Withelcia and Rosebud. So this will be like one of the few times I use admin on any of these characters, but this is just to update them to the patched versions, right? So, Tier 1 Rosebud is 500. So, spawn item 20. 500. Delete the Rosebud. And then get the patched version. Then we'll do the same thing with Withelcia. That one is 1000. Delete the old one. Buy the patch. Then disable admin. Let's go ahead and go outside and just kind of test these out, more out of curiosity. Did you say mycology research also got a patch? Well, that's just a poison debuff duration then. Well, that's easy to fix though, right? I don't need to worry about the testing that one. What are you? Why are you here, you silly goose? Xyonon, you cute little beetle. You knew it tripped my cute sense. I'm gonna turn the volume down on that. Ironic that two of the most legendary Finnish soldiers are polar opposites of each other. How so, Summers? Do elaborate. I'm curious. They are very well hidden. Yeah, for a second there, I didn't even notice them. Like, I ran right by, not even realizing. But yeah, let's test Withelcia and Rosebud. I picked up the patch version, yes. Oh, I just don't have enough energy for it to cap out. Oh, wait. Or do I? Hang on. $75, 100, 125. No, I should be able to cast that. Let me see if it has that inconsistency issue from before. Nope. It zeroes out. Let me double check that I didn't delete the wrong one somehow. Oh, I see. Tier 2, it's like... Yeah, tier 2, so I have 120, so it's exactly zeroing me out. Okay, cool. But this shouldn't, then. Oh, that's clever. I don't know if you intended that to happen. Oh, there it goes. I probably waited just a smidge in order for it to not completely zero me out there. But it's doing exactly what we talked about, how you can summon a thing and then get that going. So like you can actually have a defense with a tad of, you know, retaliation with thorns. Oh, and I need to update the mycology research anyways, since I'm here. That one is 8 green. That's 250. And I don't remember which one was the... This is the old one. There we go. Because it's equipped. Yeah, or that works too. Man, I get like the heebie-jeebies just thinking about the mycology research. It's fine. There are worse things.
Mushroom.
There. Good reminder, even though I'm just kicking around in base anyways. I wish you could make like a zone where, maybe it's just your ship even, like, but a zone of an area where you didn't have to worry about eating anything. Like if you're just kicking around in your base, I kind of wish that, you know, food didn't drain or whatever. Or, you know, a constant healing aura. That'd be just kind of like a nice quality of life of like, hey, you're at home here, you don't have to worry about it as much. Or maybe it ticks down slower, or something like that. Also, yes, mushroom. Build a base aura generator or something? That'd be cool. A home trap that pulses sleeping in a bed buffs. That'd be cool. Though I'd have to honor rule it so you can only use it around the base. Because obviously if you put that down somewhere in the middle of a battlefield, well, that's a lot of healing, that's a lot of food you don't have to worry about. Or, right, or... Oh, traps can't be picked up. I was thinking, or instead of it being sleeping in a bed buff, maybe it pulses well fed, right? That'd be cool. An instant well fed machine just for base, right? Or something of that nature, right? Actually, no, it wouldn't. So yeah, you're right. It probably would have to be like sleeping in a bed buffs. Resting, you know, as stupid as it sounds. Well, the well-fed buff is just a, it's just a heal. It's just a heal from a different source, so it doesn't overlay onto everything else. That way you can still use regen and different salves and stuff like that. That's pretty much damage out of sniping. It'll put accidentally 30 times the minute does. Wow. It also prevents you from eating. Yeah. Starving your base while well fed. It'd be such a meme. Ugh. Oh right, I have an absolute crap ton of food. It's not got to worry about it. It's one of those cases of like just not having to worry about eating any of this and saving it for, you know, actual adventuring. Oh right, automatos. I wanted to plant those. Automato plant. I think I got those out of a quest, didn't I? Oh wait, that's not a... that goes here. Of course you'd come up with dark humor for that. And not knock my drink over here. You know, we have a lot of stuff on us, but let's turn it into cash, since a lot of it seems like it's gonna rot anyways. Almost 1,000. What's the fluffy thing called again? Something cuddle? I don't remember. It's a snoogle. That's what it is. Snoogle. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I'm on the Starbound wiki right now. Give me a second. Yeah, it's a snoogle. Snuggle the snoogle. Loads of money. Snoogle. Bar electrician. Yeah, I'll put a pin in it. Might come back to that at some point. Stash the non-perishables. Could probably do something with like the underground base section and make it like maybe over here, turn this section or somewhere around here, right? Or maybe even just like right here. Build an expanded farm. But kind of the idea is that this is meant to sustain you, not like overflow with food. Make Goldheart look bad. Jeez. Snuggle the snuggle. Give, please. And snuggle the snuggle. There. The snuggle has been snuggled. Oh, don't you start. Yeah, it did take a while to measure everything, didn't it? Alright, let's kind of take inventory here and figure out what we need. We definitely need better armor. I think we're at the point where we can maybe make We need titanium. We're going to mining on a planet that has titanium. But then we also need stuff to upgrade our crafting tables. Where'd the spinning wheel go? Did I never put that down? Or am I just being a derp? Where'd the spinning wheel go? What? Oh, here it is. I guess I never put it down. Moving the Snoogle was Durasteel? I believe so, because it needs to be by translocator, which you get from this, which means you need Durasteel bars, which means you need whatever it is to make the actual translocator. And I'm thinking we'll just move the Snoogle in here. How do I have 20 Durasteel? Thing is, I don't. Oh, right. Running, missions. Missions can sometimes spawn Durasteel as part of their end chest. I think Durasteel is post-titanium anyways. Durasteel is post-Solarium? No, it's pre-Solarium. Post as in after. Pre as in before. Nothing's post-Solarium. Solarium's the end-all be-all, I think. Unless you're talking modded. If you're talking modded, then you don't have to worry about it. But in this case, no. Solarium's the end of it. And we're well away from that. Oh boy. It is really hard to get a lot of Durasteel though. Like, for reals. Because it's not on tier 6 planets. I guess that would explain why it can drop from quests, though. Not quests, but, missions. Bit of a way around mining for it. Is there anything else I need? I'm trying to remember what I had on my, my mouse spines. whatever. I swear there was something that went right there. No, I can't remember what it was. Also, wow, I have a lot of those. A lot of duplicate commands for some stupid reason. It was just that. Is that what it was? Yeah, probably. Battle of the Bears and Foundry Merchants? Oh, yeah. That reminds me, I should go see the bears for mining materials. Or mining supplies. Oh boy, I've only been at this in an hour and I'm already tired. Granted, today was exhausting, even if I didn't really do much, I just kind of stood around. But listening to that squabbling was just, ugh, it takes something out of me. Yeah, I can kind of feel it in my legs, too. That's how I know I'm getting tired, is my joints, specifically around where they attach to my body, just, like, get really... Ugh, I don't even know what the word for it is. Just a very off, unpleasant sort of feeling. Like tense, almost. It's either a really, like, bugging tension, or a feeling of looseness. I'm not sure which. Yeah, it's not pain. It's just... your joints don't feel like they're put on right. Stretching helps a bit. I'll get up and stretch in a little bit. Whoever coded Mechanized to simulate the way humans feel did a really damn good job. An annoyingly good job. I remember when I was younger, I didn't have to worry about this. $900 for titanium. I'll probably get more out of just buying a silver pickaxe. Ow. One single bar. Yeah. That would have been the worst death of them all. Well, if I just AFK here for an hour, sure. I should remember not to do that. I have a tendency to do that. I have, like, gone AFK on Goldheart and, like, just starved to death several times over. I just come back on the teleporter like, wait a minute, why am I in the teleporter? I left in the cockpit, didn't I? Oh, wait. Note to self, never idle with these characters. Just come back next stream. Oh yeah, I idled at the base. Do the apples give too much hunger? No. I wouldn't say so. Like, if you're starving, like, if you're on the verge of starving, you have absolutely no food, you can absolutely die in the time it takes for that to take root and grow and turn into an apple. Like, I'm not going to test it right here. It's 20%. I mean, maybe you could probably cut it in half. Did you see that? Clearly, it's not very... Yeah. I wonder if the different fruits will count as a different type. So it... Oops, fast. Okay, let's do some science, right? You think it's just apple? Well, still, let's try it. I don't even have to throw it out there. I will just let the pig go and get it when it drops. Oops. Hey, piggy. This is like a classic piggy. Just a classic pink pig. And it's so cute. No? Don't want it? Get piggy. Okay, wait a minute. You were saying? I want to try something else. Try this one more time. This will also give me a chance to eat some of my own, well, you know, the food I actually have in front of me. Yes, yes, I know, it's been a while. I'm working on it. Wow. Oh, never mind. Piggy didn't want the apple. I was about to say, like, that sure woke him up. Wait for it. Wait for it. Come on, you dumb apple, change. Uh-oh. Dang it. I wanted to see if the apple will change right as the pig's trying to eat it, and if it will cancel the eat animation. That's what I'm trying to do. It might be easier if I try to time it myself. I'm horrible. It's a genuine question. Will it cause the pig's AI to realize, hey, there's no more food here, and cancel, right? That's just what I'm trying to see. Does the AI recognize there's no more food? I don't think it does. Goes bad after only 1 minute. And now he's asleep. So this one's gonna turn without him even... Yeet. Still got 30 seconds. Nope. He saw it and he turned around. He's like, really? Another one of these? Oh, wait. Dang it. Still too soon. The actual timing of this has to be like so precise. I'm gonna try it once more, but I'm gonna give the pig a chance to like reset its eat cycle, because it clearly won't eat right away after, you know. Here. Let's just have this go off while we're waiting on it to cycle.
Mushroom, 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 mushroom.
The cooldown, I don't know, whatever the timer is.
Mushroom. Mushroom.
Eat cycle? I'm confused. I don't know what it sounds like.
Mushroom, 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 mushroom.
As terrible as that second edit is, the first one came out pretty good. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. So on 37th second out of a minute. So we're 10 seconds in. It's 20. Halfway through. I'll throw it on about 10 seconds left. And go. Ah, too soon, too soon. Rip. Dang it. I mean, the idea is there. It works, I think. Eat cycle sound. I'm still trying to figure out what you think it sounds like. That might be too soon, honestly. Okay, so 7:12 approximately. So I want to throw it at like 8:08, or roughly. Because it takes the pig like 2 seconds to go through the eat animation. That numbs. That numbs. For science, piggy. For science. And go. No, pig, eat the thing. Ah. Huh. I don't know. I might test it more off stream. Oh. Yeah, I could see it sounding like that, I suppose. You really have to think about it, though. You're a snack. All right, let's go find titanium. If anything, that's what we really need right now is titanium. Doesn't this planet have titanium on it? No, so we need to start digging around in. Oh, we don't even have a. It's a temperate star. We don't even have an EPP. I just realized that. And I think we need to go to radioactive planets like jungles and stuff. Oof. Okay. Let's go make an EPP before we do anything else. Proceed to lose 10% of HP right there. That would have taken me down to 2. That'd be a fun challenge, a no armor challenge. I wouldn't do it hardcore, but at least not until I've done it on, you know, like normal, like casual / survival. Hi! You're a cute little boy. Oh, I can't get to the trigger he drops. Dang. Wait a minute, though. Hey, I got it. I appreciate you, like, creating a little Easter egg hunt of sorts. There are 20 on the planet? Okay, jeez. 22? And you've gone and forgotten. Are they all unique? Four types, so it would make sense there'd be 20 then. There'd be 5 of each type. Hi. What did I come back here to do? All right, EPP. Duh. Meh. Terrible at that sound. Hi, Ray. Welcome in. Green, orange, red, and blue ones? All right, I'll keep an eye out. First off, let's make some tungsten bars. We'll melt the gold bars that we got from that bug too. How are you doing, Ray? Hope you're having a fine night. Just collateral damage from you? Ah, okay. Well, at least there are multiples. Lurking somewhere. Lurking. Okay, so to go where we need to go, we need Wait, that takes titanium. So to go for titanium, we need... I'm just completely, like, all over the place, apparently. It is very comfy. This is one of the normal Starbound tracks. Not my stream playlist like usual. I figured I just wanted to listen to Starbound music tonight. Okay, tungsten glass living roots. So let me pull a living root. 10 glass, 6 tungsten bar. There we go. Yeah, once I get a translocator. No, because in order to make the radioactive one, you need titanium, which tells me that in order to... Because how can you go to a radioactive planet to get titanium if you need titanium to make the radioactive thing, right? So I'm clearly missing something. We also need fuel. That's a whole other thing we need to get. But thankfully, we have the breathing EPP, so we can now actually go mining on the moons. Right, I need to actually equip it. This location has no breathable atmosphere. Also, it's gonna take forever to take. Okay. That's it timed out. Which is in itself hilarious. Well, under normal circumstances, it won't. This is just a funny quirk of moons. Do you have an EPP? Yeah, here it is. I think you're supposed to put it on for it to work. Alright, let's do a little moon mining. Alright. Oh, that's convenient. We got the glow one. Hold the top left. That one? Yeah, that's exactly what that's from. I was about to say, that was when I was trying to mine here without an EPP. When I get around to making highlight videos of the VODs, which I probably need to download that particular one from YouTube, that will absolutely be a part of the highlight for that episode. Here comes Spooksy. I can hear him grumbling. Yep. Hi there. Catch me if you can, creep. I mean, yeah, that's gonna be kind of like the goal, is just, you know, the fun moments out of the stream. Ropes are so useful. I remember how many times I've put people in this game and been like, yeah, we'll just go mining on moons for fuel. It won't be a problem. I didn't tell them about the Urkius ghosts. Just let them start mining and do their own thing. Kind of ran off on my own just to, you know, pretend I'm mining fuel. I actually did have someone once ask me about that. I was just like, it's just moon ambience. I mean, if you went to a completely lifeless place with low gravity, wouldn't you be creeped out too? It's just fitting. Yeah, the pig dude's the ghost. He's mostly harmless. At least in the sense, as long as he doesn't catch you. He won't shoot at you or do anything, you know, nasty like that. But if he gets too close to you, well... here, I think I can safely show this without causing too much of an issue. Yeah, you can see him sucking your life force away. You even start going pale, like you lose all color as he gets close. And yeah. And not in a fun way. Hey, she doesn't do that. Even in the sense that Inky is a succubus, she does not suck their life force out, contrary to popular belief. Though I guess in a sense of a, not literally, but metaphorically, yeah, absolutely, because she is, in, what's the word? Yeah, insatiable. That's it. What's sus about? Well, I guess the commentary, yeah. Yeah, it's not your fault. It's just in your nature. Is it the shark's fault that the shark wants to chomp when you act like a fish? And that's the only reason why, you know, sharks and other certain large aquatic predators go after, you know, people in the water. It's because their flailing about makes them look like prey. What, and she isn't? I know, I'm just teasing. Or kawaii sharks? Jeez. I do have a degree of unnervingness that comes from normal shark eyes, though. There. Enough for a round trip. As for the rest of this... It's the whites of the eyes and nothing else. Yeah, definitely. But then don't I see that with you when you're... Yes, that is different. I got her to face palm. She did the thing where she covers her face with both hands like, oh, that's bad. Ah. Shoot him. Which is it though, when the eye... The whites aren't their eyes, it's right, it's a cover, isn't it? Kind of like how your eyes roll back in your head when you... Yeah, I don't know either. When she what? I'm sure you could figure it out. I'm not doing that. I made a point when I started doing this that I wouldn't fall into those particular commentary. I won't say that, and I won't say the other one. I'm not even gonna bother trying to say that because I'm probably gonna butcher it. Hey! Careful, Birdo. I give you the bird if you're not careful. Ah! Right. Birds opening doors. Forgot about that. I just imagine they come charging at the door so much that the door just goes bursting open. Just kadoosh. You ever heard a bird slam up against the door? They hit them hard. I'll break your doors open. How else would store? Yeah. What do you mean it was dry? Yeah, a little bit. Just because I know I'm starting to get the hang of how all that works. It's not mean. It is hardly mean. Dry. Okay, yeah. Like on further thought, maybe reduce the hunger that gives to like 10 or 5. That way it's still useful, but you can't bill yourself out of a starve situation so easily. That and you get a chance to use more buffs. Let's see here. Get current corn. And we can make automato stew with wheat, current corn, and automatos. Cool. Eat a weapon? A candy cane hammer? That'd be cool. I just hear eating weapons and I think of like those human performers that do like what's it called, sword swallowing. Yeah. But if you wanted to be sly about it, I could be like, oh yeah, my mate's a professional sword swallower. God damn it. Look what you guys have turned me into. You encourage her, and she encourages me. And on and on and on it goes. What do you mean by dry? I don't get it. Yeah, I better watch it. She might become activated if I had to keep up with this kind of humor. Nah, she's the full meal. What? No, I know that you're always activated. That's the thing. You're like the Hulk. That's my answer, Cap. I'm always angry. So are you Lewd Hulk then? Oh, that's a weird mental image. That's a very bizarre mental image. Oh gosh. I mean, she is though. That's just her constant state of existence. I mean, that's all Tracy, honestly. Her entire people are like that. It's like I said in Deep Rock the other night. Yeah, exactly. Where do you think she gets her kicks? Or where do you think she gets it? Just constantly in a state of, you know. What was I doing? I forget what I came back here to do. Aside from get food from the garden. I put the fuel away, was that it? I think that might have been it. Oh, but you want to know what's really nice? Make long-lasting food with this.
Mushroom.
I'm glad that the second half of that is impossible for her. With the exception of saying mushroom in a very forced, deep, dwarf-sounding voice. She cannot force she cannot force grow hair. Yeah, you have very limited shape-shifting. Yours is more on the level of like the TX from Terminator 3, right? Yeah, when the cock rolls up and the TX is just thinking like, how do I distract him? Shape-shifting? No, shape-shifting, goddammit. It really can't even be called that because she doesn't change shapes. She can exaggerate shapes. Though for what it's worth, I prefer that she didn't. So did Picasso. The few things I know about merce humans. To think about Picasso. Yeah, when your B's go to D's. And that's not a setup for a D's nuts joke. But it totally could be, I guess. What are they gonna do with that information? You don't even wear it, you know? How are you even gonna, yeah. Not that they can send anything here anyways. No, we don't have... That is such a human joke, too. A P.O. box. I mean, yes, it's the thought that counts, but you'd still never wear it. Alright, what was I doing? Titanium. Need titanium. Lulu Lit Tide. Let's try that. Let's go raid a hostile ship. We'll run these bastards out of town. Don't hug mines. Again. Yeah, I know. I know. Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. It doesn't even have roots. Rafelsia works too? Probably. Hey, Vey. Welcome in. How are you doing? Cosmo Stash is coming. Eesh. Hope that gets ironed out sooner rather than later. These trifangles think they're hot shit. Yeah, not yet you're not. Not until I turn you into slag. Mech jokes. Yeah, slag. Now instant Giga Rain. Oof. I love that you can bop these guys around. The lamb shop? I had to think about that one. Heat rifle mech arm. That's a start. Wow, we've got enough fuel for another jump. Let's make sure we take that back to base. The heat rifle? Yeah, definitely. We'll be lucky if we get to craft it, though, before we get obliterated. Ah! Dang. You had me going there. Beat mech body, huh? Don't tempt me, she says. You should have seen the sideways glance she gave me when you said that. Alright, let's go mining. Oh, hey. Tech chest right off the bat. What the?
Mushroom.
No way.
What mushroom? Mushroom. Mushroom.
Welcome in life.
Mushroom.
It happened. We have the chance to switch to fire. So let's keep that in mind. That's pretty lit. But I actually came over here because I wanted to chop a few of these trees down. There's also a reasonable. Man, he just up and ran. Where'd the reasonable go? Here's a reasonable. He's so cute. He's so cute. I'll let it be worm food. Man, I'm already dropping trees on the poor thing. I'm gonna leave it be besides that. Oh, right. What a catch. Yeah, snow planets are really nice. Yes, I did indeed try. That Lilodon's gonna get completely and utterly... For effort. Well, we're here to mine, so let's go mining. That poor thing. Infested by mushroom spores. It died a slow death. Oh, don't make you think of a Nominor? Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, here it comes.
Mushroom.
That poor thing became a fungi. Yeah, don't remind me of a Nominor too much now. Yes, I know I'm the one who brought it up. Do we have torches? Now we have torches. Do we have an increase in the power gen on this? We do. Okay, cool. I thought we have much in the way of manipulator modules, but if we ever do get around to it, we might be able to upgrade it again. We also have a couple of pickaxes. Go ahead and slot that in here. Burn that one out. Good thing we're not doing anything like viewer spawns where you guys can just drop stuff on me to, you know, try and force a death. I swear, Zai says he doesn't want me to die, but at the same time is like totally asking for it. More reasonables. That's what these little critters are called, by the way, if you don't know. Is reasonables. Man just does not care. He's getting stabbed in the back and he just does not care. That's worse than the supernova pilot when I was watching No Guts, No Galaxy. Phil came up right behind the bastard, shot his mech in the back repeatedly, and he didn't turn around. One of the most oblivious or just like accepting of death MechWarrior Online players I've ever seen. This is fine. I'm okay with the events unfolding currently. If I found a second fire shark, in theory, could I go arcane? Yeah, in theory, hypothetically speaking. I was hoping for glow, but that works. See, and then I get the healing one, and then this thing doesn't have the decency to give me a dangerous drop. Could have been poison, it could have been fire, it could have been bombs, but no. Jackpot. You know, I'll take the jump boost. The jump boost is good. Actually, wait, no, it wouldn't work because I haven't switched attunements yet. I'm still poisoned. I would have to be fire, and then find another fire shark or fire mob, and then I could go arcane. I'm still attuned to poison, so yeah, that wouldn't work. Sorry. You have a fire token to use, and then you'd have two. No, the way I wrote it in the... Yeah, very much traded. The way I wrote it in the honor rules themselves says that you have to find something of your current attunement. Yeah, not stackable. Kind of in the same manner as, you can only have one attunement. You can only have one of an alternate attunement as well. Definitely need better armor though, so I can start getting like a flow going with my spells. Ha! Ha ha. Good one. No, I need to talk to Heimerdinger about it. Or not Heimerdinger. I guess it would be Jinx, wouldn't it? Because she's the only one who really got to... Or no, Jace. Not Jinx, Jace. Because Jace ended up getting the whole Hex Tech thing working in the first place. Whoa, titanium ore, tech card, a cool looking grenade launcher, and a box. Wasn't it Victor? Well, Victor helped Jace though. But it was Jace's original idea, right? Like, Jace started it. If I remember correctly, it has been a long time since I've seen Arcane. Still waiting for season 2. What's that about too deep? Okay, they don't need to know that much.
No!
Yeah, for reals. I agree with that 100%. Wrecked. So with this, right? I do that. Pause that. And then burn out on the repulsia. Rinse, repeat. The kind of giant monster that comes up to you and then licks your face. Slurp. Yeah, absolutely. He's even kind of cute. That was the embodiment of no you right there. Brrr. Yeah, I can't do the sound. Oh, I planted him. He's so cute. He's so cute. Slurp. Yeah, I noticed that. Are we supposed to be mining? I'm just over here running across the surface of the planet. I guess it just can't help the urge to explore. Ooh, that's useful. Very true, life. Very true. Hey, Birdo. Aww. I didn't think it would go off instantly. I thought because it was... I thought because it was neutral, it wouldn't immediately go off. Can you imagine if that killed me? Can you imagine if that was the way I went down? Oh, I love it. Hey, Birdo. Boof. Oh, that's amazing.
No!
Yeah, there you go. It even took the tree out. Fucking A. Directed by Michael Bay. Hey, there might be a Michael Bay stream coming up soon. Halo CE Michael Bay edition might be a thing. Michael Bay edition plus other things. If me and the other guy I'm planning to do it with can get it working. Might be a thing. What's my other... Oh yeah, it's worm food. There we go. Nice try. Didn't quite get me there. Oh yeah, pretty much that. Alright, here, we're gonna do the dwarvy thing and we're gonna dig a hole. I am a glitch and I'm digging a hole. Diggy hole. Digging a hole. Alright, here.
We're rich.
That is honestly like no cap. My favorite way to play games like Starbound and Minecraft is just dwarf life. It taps into my inner evolution. Sick 'em. That's just a bad spawn on those parts. Being unhinged. Like, you know, just chilling. Just, you know, chill dwarf life. Like, sure, you know, combat's part of that, but most of it's just exploration and mining. Oh my gosh. There's the arcane. Okay, for what it's worth, I do want to go back and get the arcane thing. Fire's cool, arcane better. Hinged. Yeah, that's into my joints. Oh, far from it. It's only peaceful for the start. And then all the cursedness comes in. Like with Erebor. Or Kidikarik. Or the Ascent, for that matter. No, trust me, even my playthroughs in Minecraft and Terraria and Starbound, dwarf life is never completely peaceful. I only barely get a chance to get going, and then shit hits the fan. Honestly, though, seriously, the freaking Avalations always have it bad. I swear they're cursed. I'm just glad it didn't translate over to mechanized. So here's a fun bit of Avalation lore for you, right? They have this thing called the Adamantium Moon. And any dwarf, right? Avalation, dwarf, same thing as far as, you know, our realm is concerned. Kind of like Durin's folk or, you know, whatever the dwarves of 40k lore are actually called. Anyway. The Adamantium Moon. Any dwarf born under the Adamantium Moon, which is really rare, by the way. It's only happened like 7 or 8 times in the past couple thousand years. Any dwarf born under that moon will have bright cyan-colored eyes, like almost my visor colored. And if they have those eyes, also known as the Adamantium eyes, it basically becomes a case of, like, it's not necessarily a prophecy. I guess you could take it as a prophecy, maybe. But it's a sign that some major event in Avalation history will happen within their lifetime. And I am actually fairly good friends with the current Avalation Sovereign, who, go figure, when he was born under an Adamantium Eye, or Adamantium Moon, basically witnessed the fall and rise of his people. In both senses. It's actually listed in the mechanized origin thing on the Discord. Where it talks about the antecedents and all them. Let's see. Let me not I'm keeping an eye on the game here, so I can't see chat while I'm doing this, but at least I can see the game, so I'll instantly die. Yeah, Dornley Mulsanor the 17th. Most of that story comes about as a side effect of the adamantium moon and him having the adamantium eye. In fact, my Minecraft skin is of Sovereign Mulsanor, right? And that's the one I showed you earlier, Xyonon. That's him. God damn it, Xyonon. What a pun. Yeah, he's a really cool guy.
Betrayal.
Obviously, with how I am, and you know why I play Deep Rock and play Minecraft and Starbound and other games like Dwarves, you know, imagine I don't have as much of an interest in elves.
Overkill.
Oh boy, now we're just getting the Halo announcer sounds out. But I mean, you know, part hailing from dwarves helps.
Betrayed.
Yeah, some are okay. In fact, there's currently, like, speaking of elves, there's currently a really big, I guess, I don't know if it would be archaeology or something like that, but there's a big push among the Avalations right now. They're trying to figure out how elves factor into the, world origins. Because they know they do. Just how they relate to everything is still kind of up in the air. Like, we know the Avalations descended from gods, which is why when they die and become ascendants, they turn into basically angels. I'm not particularly well versed in Ancient Av, but I think there's like some linguistic hints to Avalation being tied back to the old languages, saying something like ascending stone or something like that. No, I'm not gonna die from fall damage, don't worry. I don't know. My Avalation lore is a little bit rusty. Lore and history and such. A lot of it's well before my time. And a lot of it isn't necessarily important to us mechanized. Ooh, there's a challenge portal there. Xyonon wanting out here wanting to fix me. Here's a fun one for you. What do you call pajamas for a robot? So finally, titanium ore. Ugh. Let me just check down here through this passageway, and then we'll go through that portal and see if we can't get some nice loot. Software. And there's bugger all here. Alright, let's top off on food here and see if we can't get somewhere out of this. You know what I could do? A campfire. Why am I making max campfires? Stop that. Well, I have 10 campfires just burning away in my back pocket now. Oh well. Plenty of campfires is good. Build his base, one giant wooden block. A deadpan giggle. What, mine? Let's see. Build his base, one giant wooden block. Are you an Apple user? And he was like, no, why? Why are there no windows? It took him a moment to get that one. Hard drive. Yes, yours. Yeah, you have your deadpan and ill-placed C4. And I have my deadpan giggles, apparently. Oh, that's a fun sound. What the hell is that? That's weird. Those are rolling uphill. I've never seen those do that before. I don't think I've ever seen this dungeon layout before. I love that. Disappointed. Who would make a trap to drop such boulders with such convenient timing? A Pokemon called Oddish. Yeah. Nailed it. I find it weird. There's just this lava pool here. Oh hey, an electric base. Teleporter core and a Grax's wave collar. Nice. was certainly an interesting little escapade. Could have beamed up. Yeah, but I still have resources to get. All this time, and I've only gotten 13 or not tungsten, titanium ore. You guys ever seen that Demolition Ranch video of the guy shooting the a couple-inch block of titanium? If you have it, you should try and find it. It's very satisfying to watch if you're into guns. Okay, hold on. Okay, now that's a pit, though. Judging by what I can see. Wowzers. How far down does it go? Quite a ways. Drop a flower guardian. Well, a flower guardian's not going to tell me how far down it goes. Sprays water. I'm confused as to what he's supposed to do. I mean, I'm listening. I can hear them fighting down there. There's a bunch of stuff down there. Besides, I'm only interested in what's down there if it, like, helps me with my goals, which it probably does. Oh, nice. Let's see. Need to add featherfall fruit? Oh, that'd be nice. Oh boy, jump boost. Ooh. Okay, careful now. That is not working as intended. fossils down here. Trying to make a bit of an arrow here so I can point the direction I need to go. That's good enough. Be rich. Yeah, you did kind of butcher that one, didn't you?
We're rich.
Thinking I need. Huh.
We're rich.
That.
Mushroom.
Or maybe I can put it right here. Put that there. Oh, wait.
Nope.
Nope, that didn't work. This is supposed to go here. That goes there. 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I know what. Hmm? Auto mod. Let's see. I'm trying to get where the joke is there. Like, I know what that acronym stands for, and the joke isn't there yet. I'll let it slide for now. It's the bare minimum. Ah. God damn it. I missed my jump. Jesus. I did not try to do that, and you know that. Even she's sitting up over there like, you did not just... I swear this shit's funnier for me than it is for any of you guys. Well, Fucking A. That was just unlucky, is what that was. Literally one block away. One block. Oh, I thought he went down. Rip. Close the hole. On second thought. There isn't much in the way of useful stuff in here anyways. Are you though? That's an image. Mostly fine. Mostly, he says. Mostly. Spooters don't eat butterflies. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the type of spider. I know the morphing spider will eat just about anything it catches. And yes, that is referring to what you think it's referring to, love. Even you. Uh-oh. Oh, really? Even nature isn't that clumsy, he said, as the thing fell into the pit full of spikes. Just dandy, that is. It stands majestically on a crate. And proceeds to run around the spiked room because it is luckily immune to the spikes. Because Starbound mob generation, everybody. There's silver right there. Let's spook it. There, just spook it. Spook this. Really? Yeah. I wish traps were neutral, though. That's what I'm getting at. I feel like there's a pun coming. Oh, I guess not. Titanium and a snuggler. Oh, there it goes. Just when you think there's floor there. Yeah, I know. You and me both. I just finished not laughing. I swear, your reactions make it almost like, Look at this guy go. He's tumbling around, just raving to get at me. Sup? Still alive, are you? Yeah, putting the hazard in hazardous operations. You know, that gets shoved down the hole by falling sand. That is such a that's such a cell phone. I put the has in hazardous operations. What do you mean I do? Oh yeah, hazardous for them, right? Sorry. There's another spookit over there. Got him. Favorite season? Fall. And technically autumn. Oh, that's quite a nice chunk of titanium there. I'll just take that. Wish you could craft pickaxes. I'm way ahead of that. I start quoting The Incredibles at this rate. I'm not happy, Bob. Not happy. Bunch of spookers coming. Got him. Yeah, me over here scratching under my chin. Singing in my bass? Huh? What is? I'm not singing. Who's singing? I'm confused. It's fine. Hi, Snaggler. decimated. Crossing my fingers for the light one here. Could be praying to imminence here. Or even Aftermath, for what it's worth. Aftermath's scary. God of consequence. Well, goddess of consequences. Hey, got one. From what I recall, Anubis probably isn't going to help me. Oh, perfect timing. I don't remember. If my Aviation history is rusty, my Solus Exultant mythology is practically non-existent. Bro, look at that silver vein. There's a titanium vein right next to it, too. A final reward. Yeah, you just want me to get out of here. Stupid deep cobblestone. It's fine. Runs out of rope. Yeah. But I mean, I have 86 ropes. I'm probably not going to run out of rope. I'll run out of K before I run out of rope. Oh, hey, titanium. That one is poison resistant. Dandy. Here, you deal with them. Yeah, it's too bad the game doesn't really give you a chance to use it very much. Ow. This. Indeed. Indeedly do. Ah. It would be all copper. What, that? Hey, it's just a cute little fish face with big adorable eyes and a tiny little mouth. I'm kind of hoping for either jump boost or glow here. There's jump boost. There's glow. Speed boost. All the better for me to run headlong off a cliff, right? Ugh. I'm down here. Can't catch me down here, Crustoids. Dude, I'm on a rope. It's fine. And I'm not running out of rope anytime soon. At this rate, the only thing that'll do me in is if I miss. There's gold there too. Priorities. Need to continue trying to find titanium. Never mind. I was gonna set a thing down and try to demolish the thing, but he got demolished anyways. These are also nice because they act as like little light sources. Like I can use them in lieu of torches for short-term mining here. So what ore do I currently have? A fair bit. I was kind of hoping to go for about 100. But the way this is going, that might not happen. Hmm. Damn, he hurts. Nope, not there anymore, he's not. Oh, he's down there. Oh, that was pretty good. Hit multiple with one cast. The attunement. Bombs, titanium ore, good stuff. You know, it'd be cool. And I don't know if you could do this or if it even would be possible. Or let me rephrase that. I don't know how you do this or if it would even be possible. But have the poison weapons, like all of them, apply a debuff that would then make the enemy take more poison damage from like direct sources. So it almost like cascades in a way. Or just make the attunement more powerful. I'm kind of thinking about it in the way of like, you know, you poison an enemy with like a debuff, right? And then you hit them with the attunement and they take more damage. But I guess in that regard, the attunement could just be, you know, I could just use a higher level attunement. But I am still just using I think it's just a green. Or is the attunement all one level? I forget. Oh, hey, there's more stuff down here. Okay, blast that open. Attunement is always... Okay, so it's always on level. Okay, fair. Bad. Got a fossil right there. Yeah, but I've auto-ruled myself into only using one. That's fine. That is indeed a fossil. I've always loved you can matter manipulator torches through walls. It's such a nice little detail. Found a little gold vein. Good to collect since we're probably gonna need it. I bet that's how the bandits feel when you find bandits in those completely dark rooms underground, and then a torch just shows up right next to them. You probably got to be thinking like, what the hell? Where did that come from? We're getting down to the deep here. Spooky, yeah, sudden light. Is that how I react when your glowing eyes come into a dark room? No, I just mostly think they look pretty. Why? Do you react that way when I come into a room and all you see is my glowing eyes? No, they just look handsome. Ah, I see what you did. I see what you did there. Alright, now about this guy. Fail. Those are crustoids. Iridescent? Is that the same as illuminated? I don't think it is. Iridescent is like reflective, right? It reflects different colors based on the light it's in. Ikari Gendo pose? What? This pickaxe is probably gonna break trying to dig these out. Oh, not quite. There it goes. Sounds pretty lit. We're really getting to the point where we can't dig for shit with this matter manipulator. Gonna post it in memory? Roger. I'll look at it before I start making my way out of here. Oh, yeah. In response to me making comments, probably, right? Did you see that? He was trying to throw himself against the wall. Ow. Nope. None of that. I almost got 100. Look at that. I'm just like 3 away. if you're willing to dedicate the time and the exploration. Luckier than Master Chief in that regard. Maybe. I shouldn't say that. The universe will try and correct me and be like, bitch, please. Yeah, I do feel pretty, Would you figure yourself for a goddess of luck? Yeah, back in your heyday, you made all the guys feel lucky. Yep. Because, truth be told, mechanized do not take kindly to cheating at all, right? Like, that is one of those big cardinal, like, mega sins. Around here, in our society, you cheat, you get, like, perma-exiled. Like that's like, what's the term? Social suicide? That is just like, you don't do that. That's like, it borders on warranting exile. Well, no, it doesn't quite work like that. It's one of those cases where it kind of has to be proven, because if you just said that and it would warrant that response, it would, get out of hand. But it does, like, it leads to investigations and all kinds of stuff, and it's just not really something that anyone wants to deal with. Not to mention the emotional stress can kill. Like, cheating on a mech, whether you're biological or one of us, right? Absolutely can kill the one you cheated on. That's why it's taken so seriously. Like, remember I told you about how mechanized whose mates die, the survivor will often die shortly afterwards? One of the ways that can happen without one dying first is through cheating. Which makes it exceptionally rare in our society. Like, stupidly rare. Like, the last instance I can think of where, like, I was aware that it happened was years ago. And of course, bearing in mind, mechanized years are longer than MRSE years. Not with the Skullkin, not with my lot. Now, Inky comes from she didn't know the mechanized initially. Our relationship came about as, this is public knowledge now. It used to be highly secretive. Like how me and Inky came to be used to be a big top secret thing. That's not a problem anymore. God damn it. Finally had a reason to use that. Where was I? So how me and Inky met kind of ties into that question a little bit. So rare you almost forget exactly. Anyway, there are effectively, remember I mentioned boar-fang spiders? How they'll eat anything? And I made a joke about them eating her. Our origin comes from a type of spider known as a boar-fang. But some of the early antecedents, some of the early mechanized, I guess if you could call them, you know, ancestors or, you know, predecessors, you know, early versions of us, prototypes even, the antecedents, antecedents? I've always said antecedent. Antecedent. A lot of them were modeled after boar-fang spiders, or at least their heads were. That's where that spider mask that I had for Halloween comes from. It basically means predecessor, I'm pretty sure. A thing or event that existed before or logically precedes another. Preceding in time or another, yeah. Antecedent. Antecedent. Anyway, that's what old mechanized used to be called. Me and Zet just like... Anyways, that, right? That's what old mechanized were called, or antecedents. Oh, there's a snack over there. Whoops. I'm not pushing that, not yet. Where was I? They're modeled after boar-fang. And basically, they're a long time ago, like early into mechanized history, there was sort of a split between the Skullkin, which are the humanoid ones, fully humanoid, where we have like humanoid skull face shapes, right? And the boar-fang mechanized, which are the ones that have the spider head, right? We don't really talk about them anymore, even if we're like kind of on good terms. But they were, let's say their views of relationships were very different from the Skullkin. The Skullkin kind of came about as more human slash Avalation slash Spire folks. Most, you know, peoples here had, what's the term for a normal relationship? Just a male and a female, or just a couple, right? Just a normal relationship, right? Well, the boar-fang, at least some of them, kind of figured out polyamory. But that kind of ran counter to how Skullkin typically view relationships. Almost like anathema about it, right? Which sounds really, really bad, you know, having engaged with MRSC and kind of like how you guys view relationships and how it's a lot more free form. But yeah, it was basically anathema to you know, two different sides, and it was something that almost led to war on a number of occasions, including after one side tried to assassinate another side's major leader, and it just got, you know, it got out of hand. Ow. Good riddance to you. Right. So it basically led to this exodus, right? This split. The Borfang population ran off and went to do their own thing, and the mechanized Skullkin just kind of did their, you know, the two sides split, right? So they're kind of like they became distant cousins to us in terms of like into, you know, variants, right? Like I think Merce humans have don't Merce humans have different types as well? But you guys are the only ones because your other type went extinct? Kind of like that. An offshoot or a genetic something or other. I don't know what the term for it is. Anyway, when Inky came from... Whoa. Another fire thing. That's lucky. We are very lucky this run. At this point, I'm just collecting them. Vermons. Yee. Anyone who asked they went extinct or just got assimilated. Oh. What the heck? This wasn't here before. We clearly came up a different way. Yeah, anyway, so Borfang and Skullkin separate, right? Inky comes over to the core realm from Exhaust Shrey, doing, you know, like, she doesn't like to discuss her reasons, so I won't go into them here. But she ends up finding the Borfang before she finds the mechanized. And the Borfang have gone off the rails in the couple of, you know, the decade and a half-ish or so of time they've been away. And they've devolved into full-on relationship-less societal stuff. This is why my stream is titled 18, is considered 18 plus, because this gets pretty... I'm obviously not going to go into details, but you can tell where I'm going with this. Anyway, they kind of devolved, sort of. And yeah, a succubus queen like Inky fits in very well among what the Borfang became. Now, I don't come into the picture until, well, restricted bucks murders. That's a much blunter way of putting it, but basically, yes. Pretty much. Well, I mean, they're humanoid outside of their heads, right? Mostly. Although the Six Fangs thing is definitely a, that's a kink I do not share. I do find their faces to be rather cute, though. Like I said, they look like jumping spiders. So if you think jumping spider faces are cute, you know, they've at least got that going for them. She, of course, you know, does find them to be rather adorable. Anyway, long story short, this is, you know, if you look in her profile in the Discord, this is kind of like bridging into the stuff she doesn't normally like to discuss. But it's more a case of she doesn't like to discuss it because of how weird it gets. Anyway, fuck, where was I? I completely lost my train of thought. Yeah, but basically she ended up as the matriarch of the Borfang. And her profile lists them as being tribal, and that's absolutely true. They had a lot of different tribes and like little clans and stuff scattered around the world. Well, basically, yeah, they kind of had her as their queen slash matriarch for a long while, right? But that kind of like that tension, and not the good kind of tension, between the Boarfang and the Skullkin never went away. And again, it kind of started looking like it was leading to war. Now, by this point in the timeline, I'm already pretty much where I'm at. I'm high ranking within the hazardous operations, and all that's been, you know, all that's been figured out, right? This is also post Great Detonation, and that, you know, leans into why the Wasteland is the way the Wasteland is. But I've discussed that before, and eventually I'll get around to writing articles and lore stuff around that, so you guys can read it and kind of like reference what it is I'm saying. And yes, freedom. I don't normally do this, but let's just get out of here. So post Great Detonation, there is the Wasteland, and the Boarfang. Yes, Piggy missed me. Anyway, the Boarfang and Inky by extent are basically living in the Wasteland. They survive out there quite well. I'm not 100% sure how, as that place has a tendency to just suck your soul out of your body, but, you know, I guess they found a more habitable section of it. There are places of the Wasteland, even mechanized, just straight up don't go. Even Hazops don't go, because it's just hostile. Granted, there is, you know, life forms out there that have evolved to withstand that effect and survive, and frankly thrive out there, although they're all quite mutated horrors. Because in a magic-ridden Rift Wasteland, you know, you don't exactly get gentle-looking creatures out there. Anyway, maybe. I wouldn't advise it, though. Powerful as you are, wouldn't advise it. The gods of the other realms don't go there. Anyway, yeah. So, there were still tensions, enough to escalate it to a war, and I don't 100% know where exactly she first saw me, but it was while she was kind of off scouting, I guess, or just exploring the core realm. And she kind of crossed paths with me while I was off doing my own thing, doing important things, so she couldn't come up and just talk to me, you know, business reasons. But she did see me at one point before we met properly. And when we did meet properly was how far along was it? A few months. Okay. She says it was a few months after she first saw me that she thought, hey, you know, that'd be a good guy to go have a one night, you know, with. I was, at the time, single. Let's go ahead and jump back to Australis and get the stuff put away before I forget about what I'm doing. And she... Basically, while I was running operations within the more tolerable parts of the Wasteland, she kind of led a squad out to where my command center was at the time, and kind of tried to work a few charms on me, so to speak. I guess that's probably the best way to put it, is charms, magic, right? Now, this all comes after, you know, a degree of formalities of like, oh, she's queen of the Boarfang, and you know, tensions are high and stuff like that. And I kid you not, when she rolled up to that command center, we had, I want to say, maybe 3-4 dozen rifles aimed right at her and her crew. And it was just one of those cases of like, you don't shoot me, we don't shoot you. Granted, we would have killed them well before they got to us. the Boarfang don't have ranged weapons. They're very bestial in the sense that they just have claws and very large fangs. So, yeah. She probably would have been able to get away because of magic, but the Boarfang she was with absolutely would not have survived that. Thankfully, it didn't get that way, but it was a very, very tense initial meeting. And then it did get to the point of, discussing, trying to ease tensions and stuff like that. And that's when the tricky little witch that you are tried to use a proper hex on me. I want you to take a guess as how that went, judging by how I'm talking about it. She was shaking her head. Yeah, that hex failed miserably. I think I was under the effect of, think Ari's charm, right? It's just wandering like, completely, just like entranced. It lasted for all of a few seconds before I snapped out of it like, the fuck did you just do to me? And for what it was worth, that's more than most people get. I'm notoriously resilient to hexes and charms and stuff like that. Not that she would know. She'd never met me before. But it practically didn't work. It failed on a whole... What's the second highest resist you've had? 10 minutes. That's the difference between me and the last person who resisted her hex. Last non-deity or non-other demon or whatever, right? A few seconds for me, 10 minutes for the other guy. But you also tell she wasn't exactly thinking she was going to get away with, just being normally charming on me. No, she had to resort to magic because she didn't think that it was going to work normally. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it failed. And I remember that day like it was yesterday. I know you and I both do. I remember staring her down, and remember, she's half my size. So I'm just like, you done fucked up, Missy. Pretty much. Not like that, but, She's literally, like, trapped, basically, between me and a wall, where it's like, you backed yourself into a corner, and then tried to hex me. And you tried to freaking, like, remember how I said I don't like it when she enhances herself? It kind of comes back to that. Because of how she thought she could hex me. I don't appreciate it. I did not appreciate that. I still don't. I don't like it when she uses her magic stuff to enhance things, right? So, we do end up getting to discussions, and I basically put it like this, like, look, I'll let you walk out of here with your life. And remember, this is like 2 enemy nation envoys in the same room. That's the level of tension in here. And it's not that kind of tension. 2 enemy envoys, basically just, queen of an enemy nation and commander of the other military. Just... I don't even know what that would look like for you guys, if that ever happens. I don't know what your nations are like as far as, like, diplomacy goes. But yeah, I was like, look, you tried to pull a fast one. did not appreciate it, but at the same time, you are queen of what is effectively the enemy, right? And keep this in mind. It's not open war yet, but there have been skirmishes. There have been deaths, basically, where it's just like, we don't really want to dedicate the resources to a full-on war against our cousins, but they're skirmishing with our forces, you know, on the borders of our territories. And this is one of those things where it's like, you know, you'd think that as soon as there's a death or a casualty, we'd just jump into war. But for the record, there were bigger things going on than the war with the Boarfang, or what would have been the war with the Boarfang, right? There were much bigger things going on at the time. That's why it's like, you know, it might have happened if we didn't have a whole demon invasion coming down, among other things. You know, the Avalations were involved as an ally, and we had, you know, the Darknull assisting us, and it was like, you know, versus demons on the warpath and the Spirefolk, and it was, there was a hot war going on, a big one going on way up north. And this is why when I say there's trouble bring up north, it usually means shit. You say there was a coldish war going on in the background between the Mechanized and the Boarfang. That's the best way to put it. So yeah, you know, it wasn't open war yet, but it was kind of getting to that point of like, you know, how long are we gonna like let the skirmishes go on before like it does turn into a full-on open war? So I said, look, I know who you are. You know who I am. Clearly, you know, I don't think either of us want to be in a war with one another. And more by, I know who you are, as in, like, I know she is the queen of the Boarfang, as per her introduction. She rolled up with, like, 6 of them. That's not something... The Boarfang don't just let people walk around with them. Nor do they heal for just anybody, right? They're pretty brutish. Which I know sounds derogatory, I'm just telling it how it is, right? Tribal... primal, bestial almost, Boarfang. Clearly, we could obviously get around to finding some way to basically resolve the issues that our people were facing. And so, basically, we managed to draw up sort of a treaty, I guess. A ceasefire, really. Not that there was like an open war or anything like that, but you get what I'm saying. We managed to de-escalate things. Which is more than most of the commanders at the time were willing to do. Most of them were very dismissive of it, or were just like, let's just wipe them out. If they're gonna be this way, just, you know, let's take a DSF out there and obliterate their territory. Me, I'm trying to be like, I don't think that's a good look. We're not out here trying to exterminate, you know, a subvariant of ourselves. I get we're warriors, but we're honorable warriors at least. Let's not, you know. So I've always been like kind of like trying to de-escalate and trying to find ways out of this. And she basically gave me the solution, you know, she'll pull her forces back and I'll pull mine back. And I'll just be like, okay, cool. And we'll just keep it this way as best we can. Like how Xyonon said, and then the peace... Yeah. That did also happen. Because it's inky. Of course it did. Thankfully, no one saw. But yeah, that's how Inky and I met. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's how we met. We did not fall for each other until, you know, several weeks later. And for what it is worth, I was not the one who fell first. She did. And that's how I met your mother. Oh, gosh. If ever. If her and I ever have kids. That's not even possible at the current moment. But if ever. Double A gazies. Adoption still a thing? Well, yes. Technically. Because of how our society works, there really isn't much of an orphanage. We don't have... At least mechanized kids don't really end up orphaned. Generally speaking, parents are not put in dangerous situations so as to avoid that, but of course, you know, we can obviously adopt other children in need. There have been several instances of that occurring over the course of mech history. I just love the idea that the worm comes out and just immediately gobbles that bird up whole. One bite, one chomp, gulp, down. Much numb. But yeah, that kind of ties into why there isn't any polyamory going on with the mechanized. The Borfang are still around. They have a different matriarch now, one that Inky herself trained. Trained in being a good queen, good at diplomacy and other things. Yeah, diplomacy in air quotes. For what it's worth, she's an amazing diplomat. She's very good at talking to other people without resorting to hexes and charms and generally sus things. God damn it, Zai. I mean, you could say she is, but only in regards to me. But yeah, that's kind of the new matriarch. New matriarch of the Borfing. Why is there so much sus going on? Come on. All red chat. Yeah, everyone in here has red names with the exception of LifeX. Also, hi secretly, welcome back. Oh, I thought you were referring to Inky there, my bad. Yeah, you misread that too, didn't you? Yeah. Anyway, let's just put it this way. Both are good at talking and both are good with their mouths, but only Inky is good with her mouth with me. Does that clear it up? That's what I was getting at before. Still a bit sus. Eh. Man, we came out of that with all kinds of plant fiber. Sausage. uh... No, I'll just stash the salvage in here for now. A suspicious sausage. Inky sustenance. You realize how bad that sounds. Yes, like a lot of things I've said tonight, I know. The between me and a wall thing was not... Okay, I can see how that can be taken as terrible. It's true, though. How big of a fight would you put up if I had actually gone offensive there? Well, yeah, but I mean, back then... You can't say now, because now you're trained in combat and hand-to-hand. So tell me, how big of a fight would you put up had it turned to fisticuffs instead of... I can't take myself seriously, fucking A. That's such a, Instead of fisticuffs to... Think about it. What do you think I was gonna say? Instead of fisticuffs, have you gone to fuss? You see what I'm getting at. Seriously though, tell me. How big of a fight do you think you would have put up versus me back then? Well, considering the hex didn't work, yeah, no. I very much agree with that result. Would have crushed you in the not-so-fun way. God damn it, Zai. You could say she still is. But one thing she is absolutely masterful at, and this is not meant to be taken as, and this is probably the most wholesome thing I'll say this stream. If back then she was an expert at mouth-to-mouth, and today she's trained in hand-to-hand, the major thing she got from me is becoming a master at heart-to-heart. The head-to-head. Eh. Well, I guess forehead to forehead is a pretty common way of showing affection in mechanized society. Just the forehead touch. Let's see. A so-called boop. Kind of. Almost like nose boop. But forehead boop. And it's a bonk. Man, that is the one thing I do not like about my new helmet. Remember back in the day, that old helm? It didn't have the peaks. The brim-looking thing. It was more of a typical kind of like knight's helm in its design. It didn't have the front peaks that extend up the front. I could absolutely give you the forehead bonk. Well, yeah, now you run the risk of, you know, getting poked in the eye if you try to do that with me. You and anyone else. Makes for a great weapon, though. A headbutt from me now runs the risk of someone getting stabbed. No, I don't normally resort to that, though. You know this. Dents. Dents everywhere. At that point, just call me Harvey. Bonus points if you get that. What was I doing? Alright, putting the Arceus fuel away. Duh. I do need a merchant, don't I? This will be important. Getting a refinery going. A refinery and a pixel printer is what I really want to get, but the pixel printer is after the Durasteel upgrade. Which, I don't know, maybe we can make it? Not quite yet. We need more Durasteel. I guess we can technically upgrade that, though. Durasteel, gold, glass, and volatile powder. Let's see, what is it? So 2 gold bars, 6 Durasteel bars. Even more so if I swap, yeah. $20 glass. $10 volatile powder. I'm gonna have barely enough. Cool. Now with that, we have the ability to refine all the metals and stuff and make batteries, which is copper wire, gold bar, and poison. I don't think we have poison. No, we do not. To be fair, we don't have much in the way of liquid at all. Let's say we try something a little bit risky, but it might pay off big time. Actually, you know what? We don't need to, though. We can just buy the things. But that's not good content. It's not fun. You know what? Yeah, I think we can afford to play a little bit risky. We're gonna need more core fragments at some point, though. Let's stash all this stuff. Let's stash all the sellable stuff. I don't know, I'm kind of like, I do want to do arcane, but at the same time, like, I don't know, that's a tough call. So if I do arcane, then I lose out on the really cool, like, flower guardians and stuff like that. Oh, that's a really tough call. Because for what it's worth, I've been enjoying the poison / nature mage playthrough. I think we'll save Arcane for a different character. If only because I'm pretty happy with how things have been playing. And I want to continue down the path of the Poison Mage. I mean, plus, you know, this is just so nice. I think probably what I'll do is I'll upgrade the Rosebud. Yeah, I think that's probably a good play. As we'll upgrade the Rosebuds, we get better. Hey, I mean, now I know. Oh, we need milk for an auto milkshake. Damn. Well, screw it. Let's just try and get the. Let's try the. I need to make sure my matter manipulator is upgraded for this, though. Let's try the risky play that I was thinking of first. Let's see. That's enough to get us there and back again. You were making jokes earlier. You might regret it now. Or I'll regret it. One of the two. Get those going. Yeah, probably. Knowing me. Double jump boost. Ridiculous. Alright, let's hope the landing zone works. I'm gonna keep my mouse there just in case. Nasty. Huh. I am like right on the edge of the poison rain area right there. Blast. Bloody poison, man. Poison's lethal, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. I just need it to not be poisonous. Oh, it's still going. Oh, scheisse. 1 second. Maybe pick not an ocean planet? Well, that's the trick, though, isn't it? Try and get as much of this out of it as I can. Damn, really? One shy of 100? Whatever. Now you see? I could have gotten a terrible landing zone, though. Instantly poisoned to death. Imagine being a poison mage and dying to poison, right? Right? Anyway, we got what we needed. Let's get back to Australis. It was a little bit of a gamble. Not terribly so, but a little bit. It's so good. I mean, the light and the buffs are really nice too. I mean, you saw me use it in combat the last time. You're like, how's that for overtuned? Not saying it is. I mean, it is. I mean, you are going to nerf the amount of food it gives. But how's that for overtuned? It's not even a combat weapon. It just makes existing in the universe easier. Literally quality of life. Yeah, that solves the poison issue for a while. I have no idea how fast we're gonna go through it. Oh, and now, though, we have the means to get liquid Urkius fuel, too. Now we could really get a lot of fuel for our operations. Yeah, I know I'm missing the beetles. I'll find them all eventually. Probably. Man, I could poison this entire freaking thing here. Can you imagine? I wonder, though. Does it also work on this? Whoa. That's super cool. Oh, man. The river? Okay, so here's my plan, right? We're not gonna do anything to this yet. But when we eventually rebuild the town, because that is a thing we're gonna do in this series at some point. When we eventually rebuild the town, and it's like back to being a bustling, you know, populated town with merchants and villagers and stuff, and everything's rebuilt, we hit the river with a dash of healing water and just be like, restored, celebrate, rejoice, for the wound in time has been healed. Or something like that. Very poetic indeed. Okay, here's a question though. Does it work in reverse? Nope. It just ate the frickin' it ate the poison up. Alright, so with that in mind, stick out a little trench here. We'll make a poison well. That kind of solves our poison issues for the time being. Block destroying mega howitzer cheese. I mean, I could see it. It doesn't sound like a good idea, but I could see it. See, and now we have poison and water that we can basically make. Go admin mode and remove a planet. And all that so we can craft batteries with copper wires, poison, and gold bars. We need silicon boards, which is sand and coal. I think we have more sand in here. Yeah, we do. So let's just craft 10 of those so we have some backups. I know I've got like 1 or 2 in the chest over here. So that needs 5. Now we need 10 copper wire and 6 durasteel bars. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And copper wire is easy. We're probably need more copper bars soon enough, so let's make some more of those. Cool. We're making progress, little by little. And now we need 15 durasteel bars and 15 gold bars for a pixel compressor. Now the durasteel is going to be a pain in the can because we still don't have the radiation protecting Enviro Protector pack. Which is this. That's actually pretty easy though. 6 titanium, copper, and venom. Grab a fine venom sample. We'll take advantage of the titanium that we got. We'd also probably look into upgrading our armor as well to titanium. But if nothing else, let's make sure we have the Enviro Protection Pack upgrade. Easily my favorite of the non-specialized armors for Glitch is the titanium set, the Knights set. Canvas, and silk. Oh, silk. That's gonna be a pain in the can, isn't it? We need a moth trap for that. 3 tungsten, timber, and torches.
Greetings!
Hey, Ballistic. Welcome in. I know when it comes to mods, these things tend to get a little out of control because I'm pretty sure you don't use silk for very much. But I'm thinking we probably will make 2. If only because I just want to get the armor and stuff sorted out sooner rather than later. Why would I have the moth traps right next to the kitchen? I don't know, it's just convenient to have them there. Here's a fun one for you. Those moth traps will work on a ship. If you didn't notice, Goldheart has a moth trap sitting in his farm basement. The farm cargo hold, even. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's nice to have. Oh, I need the current corn. Right. I was like, why can't I make automato stew? No current corn. Stuffed automato. Oh wow, corn, cheese, bread, and automato for that. Alright, so the moth traps are working their magic. Lich farm moths to make the finest silk. That explains why a lot of their beds and stuff like that have silk coverings. Let's see, canvas. Oh yeah, we've got to upgrade this in order to make canvas. Silver string. Need 25 of that. That's plant fibers. Also, damn, I realize I've been going a lot longer than I thought I would. I've already broken 14 hours. Let me just grab the silver. Alright, with that we can make canvas, which comes from cotton, wool, which comes from cotton. We have kind of been farming cotton, but not very much. So with this we need cotton wools. And with that we can make one canvas. It really doesn't come out to much though, we need at least 2 more, I think. Yeah, 1, 2... No, I need 1 more. But even then, that's gonna take a while, with only 1 cotton plant. So I think at the very least we will get the breastplate. What are you giggling about? Oh, of course. Breastplate. You're such a giggly little child, you know that? You goof. All right. What am I missing? Oh yeah, the leather. Leather and silk. Oh wait, I can make the tassets too, because that doesn't take... The helm takes canvas, not the... Oh. What does it take to make a thing of silk? 4 silk fiber. Well, we got 1 there. So we can make that. And we can make the tassets too. And now we're just missing the cotton that we need to make the canvas to make the helm. for that. What a proud glitch knight. Let's see, how many cotton seeds do we have? Quite a few, actually, so we can probably afford... Let's see. Probably gonna do a little rework of the farm plot here. You want to keep some semblance of rice growing. As well as a one wheat, one rice. And we'll keep the current corn coming in too, I think. No, 2 rice. I have a lot of potato seeds. Like, kind of a ridiculous amount. Thanks for the hydrate. We'll close it out in, I think, about a half hour. Just because we're kind of on a roll with the whole crafting thing that we've been doing. But we still need a lot of materials. Oh, look at the snow. Very nice. So, what's next? That's also really expensive. Should we run... Okay, let's... For the time being, I'm just going to stash these in here. But let's take the stuff we have, and we'll go and run another dungeon. We'll run the, probably the Florin quest again. And hope it drops maybe some more Durasteel for us. Getting the last poison weapon? Probably should. I'm gonna up the, I do want to get the last poison weapon, but at the same time I also want to up what I currently have. Which is the Rosebud. Oh, but if I switch... I think we'll maintain poison. And if we get the chance, we'll do arcane later. upgrade the rosebud. Yeah, so far I've had fire and poison, really. Electric was really short-lived. I mean, poison was even shorter-lived, but yeah. Alright, let's take our upgraded armor and equipment, and we'll go and hunt down some Florin. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, see, that feels much better. Just kind of flowing between cast to cast. And then I've worked it right there. I didn't bring the, whatchamacallit? All that plant fiber, so I'm gonna be limited to whatever healing items I can find / get out of this thing. Misguided bravery, she says. Eh. forget wormy. Kind of hard not to when it comes to like just trying to keep things flowing. Let's see, let me try and move him over here. Let's also do something like this. I think this works the way it'll... If I unlock that, then I pick whatever this drops up, and then I can pull it on this bar here, right? It's just kind of the idea that I'm thinking. No, it doesn't immediately jump in there, though. Or I guess it's a food item and not a weapon. What we'll do instead is we'll reserve that for eating hunting spears and other such items. We have a fair few throwables to use. Oh, I failed that one. I don't remember what my blind for 4 is. It's that. It's left on the mouse wheel. Uh-oh. Huh. Burnt out there, but at least he died. I think what the Flower Guardian lacks in strength against the humanoids, it makes up for as a wall. Like, it itself doesn't have much in-combat purpose, but it can serve as a way to stop weapons fire from coming in and generally, like, get in the way of opposing forces. Even if they themselves don't aggro him like a beast-type creature would. If I went down this way, though... that's a hammer spawn. Yeah, see, like, Wormy? Oh, that's a cool spear. So, here's kind of the general combat flow I'm getting from this one, right? It's like something like this. Because he burns you out and forces you to stop regenerating. So, like, Wormy's good, but you don't want to, like, use him too early because then you are forced into not casting. That didn't work quite as I intended it to. One thing I'm also potentially figuring is that there might be room for like a battle mage sort of playstyle here, where you're not just casting spells. Like, because if they get in close, you do always have to worry about casting and maneuvering while they're getting hits in, right? So maybe either having a shield or, you know, a one-handed sword or dagger would be good for those particular instances. I'm not going to bother fighting these guys. Yeah, you see... Oh, he jumped into the thorns. Yeah. Well, no Durasteel. Ooh, poison dagger though. How convenient. Yeah, like attunements, so that actually kind of solves my issue. Well, yeah, and money too. Let's go to the two-stop, whatchamacallit, and sell the other stuff that we can't use. Yeah, need a poison rocket spear with the honor rolls. Yuck. Can't use ranged weapons because we're already mage. Perfect guard, huh? But I mean, hey, lots of cash there. $2,500 for a battery. You know what? I love that that's an option that you can do. You can just buy some of the stuff that you need to make the other armors. Spend the 10 silver for the spear at some point? Maybe, yeah. Nope, don't even have the double jump yet. I think for that I need iron. And iron's kind of a pain in the can to get too. It's copper? Which one's iron? Oh, copper, silver, and gold. Huh. I just remember there was one that was iron. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, just run on by. Yoink. We don't have quite enough for the next step up. Maybe, if the crops have grown. I think I'm gonna do those. I'm gonna finish this. I can already hear Lewis Brindley. You get more out of sacrificing everything else you've got. I believe cooking the food increases the value a small bit, but it kind of depends on the materials that go into it too. If you look on the Steam community guides, there's this whole thing about how to maximize efficiency from farming. If you're selling crops and stuff like that for pixels. Alright, we have the Lord of the Flies. You probably could fall to death off that tower, honestly. I'm not gonna try it, don't worry. Not on this character, at least. Gosh, that's a horrifying sound. Fix the planet before fixing him. Yeah, probably a good idea to focus on other things than fixing me specifically. Let's go one more time. See how the Lord of the Flies handles in the ceremonial hunting caverns. After the cooldown, after the charge up, rather. But yeah. The what project set? Oh, right. Lots and lots of practice. I've got a nasty feeling Lord of the Flies is going to dominate this dungeon. The Beelzebub. True. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, Seth. A whole zoo. Or like a whole garden. Yeah. Oh, dang. Still getting used to the flow on that one. Ah, I thought I was being slick. I'm thinking with this... Trying to figure out how I want to set this bar up that's a little bit more, has a bit more of a flow to it. I think that really is just the, part of the fun of this, is figuring out how you want to order your spells so you can create your own combat flow, right? And just using this. I'm thinking I basically want to lead with Rosebud. Lead with Rosebud, follow with Flies. Oops. Oh, you're gonna love this one. Listen to this, right? So here's my main bar. So it'll go something like... that I can have those two there, right? Let's try this. Lead with Rosebud. Follow with the Flies. Summon the Worm. And everything dies. Lead with Rosebud. Follow with the flies. Summon the worm. And everything dies. Easy. I get that poeticness from Inky. She's a lot better with flowery language than I am. But having been around her for so long, I've started to pick up on it. But Urtu can't talk to the green finger further than that. Yeah, that's a cool little incantation for a set of spells, huh? Lead with the rosebud. Follow with the flies. Of course, the Lord of Flies has a cooldown on it, so it takes a minute. Summon the worm, and everything dies. Maybe lead with the flies. Yeah, but I mean, like, you can still do the whole, this, and then that. Yeah, so lead with the rosebud. Follow with the flies. Summon the worm, and everything dies. If you lead with the flies, it kind of loses the poetic nature of the incantation. Of course, you can cut the rosebud out entirely and say, Lord of the Flies, summon the worm, everything dies. The cooldown's a weird part about it, where it's like it has that delay, and it doesn't feel particularly good, but I also see why it's there, so it's not spammy. But I guess in that regard, you could probably lower the cooldown. Lower the cooldown, lower the damage. Maybe increase the cost a little bit so it's less spammy. Lord of the Flies. Like, let's see, like, how long is the cooldown there, right? Switch. I'm just thinking about it from a flow perspective is all. I'm not saying you have to change it, it's just one of those cases of like, it's like we talked about before, how the cooldowns aren't intuitive. Like, I know they're there, but it's still kind of weird to switch to something and then not be able to do anything for a minute. Yeah, but that forces the weapon to be a leading weapon at all times. You can't put it anywhere else, which reduces its flexibility, is what I'm getting at. It's just like how Worm is basically a guaranteed ender. It forces this into a leading role, which, you know, could be a good thing. It's just the way it plays, it doesn't feel like it should be a leading role. The reason leading role goes to Rosebud is because you're leading with the shield and following up with the sword. Rosebud's the shield, Fly is the sword. You see what I'm saying? Because this is the Poison Mage is a very defensive playstyle based on summons and positioning rather than raw damage output. So it feels weird to lead with an attack when that leaves you very vulnerable to taking a lot of return damage, when it's better to go shield first, follow up with an attack now that the enemy can't get to you, and then just let them have it. That's just kind of like that, like just me interpreting the way the spells play. Like, you could lead with that. So, like, let's see if we can make this work, right? So let's say Flies is a lead, right? Flies is a leading ability. And it's even worse that it's a leading ability because of how it works. Because you don't ever want your... I don't think you ever want a leading ability to be something that you have to wait on. In the sense of, you're in the middle of a fight, and with the way Starbound fights go, you have to switch off to heal or drop buff food and stuff like that. And the cooldown on the... I'm not trying to say get rid of cooldowns, because I understand the purpose and the point of them. But at the same time, they are in a similar manner to how burning out is a flow interrupter, especially when trying to weave other things in. Because say you switch off to heal and then switch back to Flies, it flows with itself mostly. Yeah, it's more of a standalone. I can see that. That's the punishment of mistake, though. I'm just saying Starbound's combat flow doesn't lend itself well to that. And especially not with what we're trying to do here. Like, the more I think about it, Starbound's combat flow is either spam one thing the entire time, or cycle between stuff quickly. And it's kind of hard to pull off the concept of having a cooldown with this. Yeah, no, absolutely. Different purposes too. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just having a hard time seeing where this fits in with the rest of it. So what is this one then? This is crowd control? God damn it, automod. It was going after disabilities, that's why. So it's a debuff, right? With the main attack. But then you have the main attack that's a debuff, and its secondary is a high damage crowd control-y, not crowd control-y, but like... I don't know. That's a weird one. It's a debuff staff that immediately follows up into damage. It's too bad we don't have the mechanical depth that I'm thinking of, because this would be a really cool concept of debuff. Like, here's a cool idea, right? And this obviously, I don't think this would work in the sense of Starbound, because like I said, we don't have mechanical depth to do this. I don't think. God, I mean, you've done amazing things before, but hear me out here, right? If I were designing a staff like this, where it's about debuff into... a damage staff that has the ability to make distance between you and the enemies again. I mean, we could just be seeing it from two different angles. Like, when I design concept weapons for games, which I do a fair bit of, right? I spend a lot of time thinking about, what if we did this and applied this effect in order to achieve this goal, right? There usually isn't a crossing of two utilities into one. You know what I'm saying? We don't have CC that then feeds into damage in the same weapon. Not that it can't be done, but that's just not how I think. I think of weapons as they fit a singular goal and work in tandem with others, but don't unify two quote-unquote opposing goals. Damage and CC are not aligned, basically. Because that in itself is kind of broken in the sense that you have a high CC, something like, think about it from PvP perspective, right? If you can, for example, if you can stun someone with one gun, like, okay, so we're looking with, like, you know, single weapons that have, yeah, in that case, you have two different weapons that serve two different purposes that you then combine by volition of player choice through thinking, hey, I can combine this with this. That's a discovery moment right there. That's powerful. Whereas you basically, like, it's kind of going back into what I said about coming up with your own combos and stuff like that. Kind of. Whereas with this one, you have a case of it flows within itself, but it doesn't lend itself to that same external flow of the broader arsenal. That makes it unique. That makes it, you can mix this with that and have this flow into that, into this. This stands out on its own. So maybe, right? Maybe then this should not be a tiered weapon, this should be an ultimate. Where it stands on its own and shouldn't be mixed in the same level with everything else. Because if the concept of everything else and the other arsenal is to create that flow, this is a disruptor to that flow because it plays on its own degree and doesn't work with the others. You see what I'm saying? So you don't have to change this one mechanically at all, outside of moving it to a different category of, like, making it an ultimate weapon, right? That doesn't have to burn out like other ultimates do. But the cost of using the ultimate weapon is that you are kind of locked out of using everything else in the same flow. You see where I'm going with this? It's like you said, you switch to the weapon in such a way where if you switch off of it, you're punished for making that mistake, either by misclicking or getting damage you need to heal and stuff like that. So by making this an ultimate weapon where you gain access to it later in the game, where you know how the combat works and are like, you know how combat works, you know how the general flow of enemies fight and stuff like that, right? Therefore, a player can make a better judgment on when they need to heal, and they're more versed in combat, that they can afford to commit to a weapon like that, rather than running into that mistake that newer players will, and then getting inherently punished for it for something that they may not fully understand yet. And in that same vein of things like the worm, the tiki effect from Witch Doctor, and stuff like that, that have this inbuilt pause period between casts, will make more sense in that regard than this being something that you have automatic access to but doesn't play like anything else, right? Or doesn't fit the vibe of everything else. Like, it doesn't have to be another worm, or it doesn't have to be another book or whatever. It can play on its own, but the concept, but the use case of it is not to be mixed. It's oil and water. What's that? Okay, fair point. But that still doesn't solve the problem of it flows within itself and doesn't work like within the case of everything else. You can't have it as a follow-up weapon like the worm is. Because it has to either lead or be committed to. There's no in between there. And within that, right, if it flows within itself, then that takes attention away from every other weapon that you want to use, because you have something that is so self-contained. But that's where I was going before, where I said, like, a concept like Lord of the Flies would be great. Like this is where I was going before, right? Yet you wouldn't have to burn out the flies, right? But something like this, if we had the mechanical depth to achieve, could allow you to have the CC with damage if it worked differently. And then you don't have to worry about the cooldown either. And that concept is simply that the right click doesn't work unless it is cast on an afflicted enemy, or there's an afflicted enemy for it to latch onto, basically. So, right mouse button would apply a stack or a debuff, right? That then enables the right mouse button that could burn out or couldn't burn out, depending on, you know, how you design it. And that's what I'm saying, is we can't do things like that, which forces us into these really wonky design decisions of why it does these things and why it's one of those cases of, you know, exactly, right? That's what I'm saying. I wish we could do that, but we can't. So we're kind of forced into this concept of this weapon has to do two different things. And if you ask me, right, with this, just based on what I'm seeing, it either has really high flat DPS from that, or you wait the 4 seconds, the 4.5 seconds to spawn these guys and get even higher DPS, which then nullifies the use of this, because by the time most enemies are able to be even taking that extra damage away from, they're already dead. Which is why I'm saying it would work better as a ultimate weapon, because the use case for this one kind of indicates a longer fight, but most Starbound fights don't get there, is what I'm getting at. Tier 10. It suits a tier 10 fighting big bosses or really tough enemies in your custom dungeons. That's where it suits. This, it doesn't. Because most fights will be over before it happened, and if you scale this down, it simply just becomes a case of I dominate everything, and there's no depth to my combat, right? Because this has the crowd control-y nature of that, combined with the damage of this. There's no single target, there's no crowd control, there's no either or, it's just everything dies. Got to see where I'm going here? Why it doesn't, you know, it doesn't fit the... No, but what I'm getting at is the fact that it flows within itself, and... But what's its weakness then? Because just looking at it mechanically, but the trick is they have to get to them. And if that doesn't happen, then it completely loses. Or it not loses, it wins. The problem is the flies fly. Most enemies are not going to be able to reach them, either by aggro or... And I mean, depending on how they move around, they, you know, enemies that can shoot might even straight up miss. Right? So, in that context of the enemies can kill your DPS, but can they? Your enemies can kill the DPS. Hey, those are mine, you silly pig. You can have the last one. Get the green apple. You still don't like them. A pig that doesn't like apples. Yeah, and I'm saying that's antithetical to kind of like how the rest of the arsenal works. If the rest of the arsenal kind of has this concept of you use this together with that together with that together, that informs like, and think about this from someone who doesn't like, again, like I was trying to put, try to contextualize everything from another player's perspective, which is a good designed thing. No, I get that, but think about it, how the rest of them flow, how the majority flow, and how the majority are kind of designed, right? Think about it from another player's perspective of combination, 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 like we talked about before, right? Then you have that doesn't work with that, and it feels clunky again, right? So again, barring previous knowledge, like what I have, where I can talk to you, the dev, and we can bounce ideas and kind of figure out how all this stuff works, another player might not get that. They'll either get, hey, this weapon doesn't work with the pre-established arsenal and feels like an outlier, which it is, right? And one of two things will happen. They will either switch to using it solely, because players are single-minded like that, or they'll avoid it entirely. With the exception of a case of, and again, we're kind of in the situation of like, I'm locked into using one element, but most players probably won't be. So they'll only use it versus poison weak or poison neutral enemies. If that. Some players might not even care. Standalone weapons to be used with the likewise weapons of other elements. But that makes it difficult to use them with when you have things like cooldowns. Right? Because you can't flow and swap when you keep hitting this wall, the wall of barrier. That's like the whole point here, is that the cooldown is weird. And again, I don't want you to get rid of it within the context of like the greater thing. But within what we've gone and done here, it doesn't feel, I'm just saying, it doesn't feel like it suits the arsenal, which is why I think having it as an ultimate weapon with like the high wizard or whatever, or being like a legendary, would make better sense. That's okay. I'm just saying that my position on it is putting a standalone weapon in an arsenal of combines and words. It just feels weird, right? It's the green apple among the reds. And I don't get why there would be a standalone weapon for long-term duration fights like that would sit in with all these other ones and basically like stand apart from them. You kind of see where I'm coming from here? So if it were to be a high level, you know, super expensive one that you'd get near the end of the playthrough at tier 6 or higher, would make a bit more sense. because it does stand apart from all the rest of them. It is special in that regard. I'm not saying you have to change it. I'm just like, no, like, okay, so here's my whole position on this, and this is why I even do this sort of stuff. This is why we've had this talk. This is why we had this talk before, too. Not that your ambitions as a game dev haven't been met, or have they, right? But these are things you're going to have to think about at some point down the road, where these are issues that you might come up with. I'm not saying I'm not happy with it, right? I'm just bouncing different ideas and different concepts of how this works within, say, a set sort of concept, and where they can fit beyond giving a bigger arsenal, right? I appreciate the bigger arsenal. It's fun to play around with these things, right? But I'm also looking at it at a bigger picture beyond a fun mod, where, you know, this calls into question design challenges and how to balance this to create a certain effect, right? Or to reach an intended goal. I'm a very big picture thinker when it comes to game design. But that's why I'm doing this. So I'm kind of just like, kind of trying to pry and figure out where you're coming from and challenge that with different concepts. Because if for whatever reason you do get to build a bigger, better game that has a lot more variables, right? Then these are things you're probably going to have to think about at some point. Or at the very least, you know, not doing so could be a detriment to your project in the end. That's why I'm doing this, right? Generated weapons barely make sense for their arsenal way of thinking. Yeah, I've had that thought a couple of times now. I haven't said anything because I haven't been 100% sure, but I do kind of get that sense of, like, two-handed weapons are weird in the sense that, you know, and a one for so many different things. Yeah, and then you could, and then that flows into the whole concept of, you know, but that breeds into the concept of mixing and matching and, you know, coming up with your own unique style of fighting rather than being limited to, you know, what one tool can do, right? Yeah, obviously this is, you know, like, not something I'm saying, like, you have to change it, because it's a lot of work to, you know, make updates like this after we've already got, you know, all this other stuff going, right? I'm not saying change it. It's just talking design and kind of like, you know, working around different concepts of, you know, how this sort of stuff would work on a grander scale, right? If it wasn't a mod for Starbound, but your own project, these kinds of thoughts and discussions would be important. Yeah, because I want to showcase them through the normal game without, you know, positively dominating everything. It's like what I was saying before about the Hammer Factory. The concept of players optimizing the fun out of everything. Update the tree already? Alright, alright. Let me not starve to death here. Yeah, I hope you get what I'm trying to do here. Is trying to like, I'm not poking and prodding just to do so. I'm trying to like bring a more expansive thought process around how this sort of stuff could become important later. Not in the context of this, but further down the line. I need to sell stuff if I want to update the tree. I'm bothered that I can't sell things at this one merchant out of all the other merchants in the bloody game. I'm still iffy on the cooldowns. Like, and I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from, right? Where a different cooldown. Oh. It runs if you're off the weapon? Oh, you're talking like, again, the bigger picture, like, you know, theoretical project where, you know, this is your own thing. Or am I missing something here? Huh, that's bizarre. Oh, I see. And especially because the books tend to have a very long-lasting effect, so it doesn't feel short-lived when it's on cooldown for a certain period of time, right? I think 10 might be a little long, maybe 5 or 7.5 would be good. And then on top of that, right, think about it this way. If they wouldn't have an energy cost but they're tied to a cooldown, you could do things like this. Where you lead with the book, right? And then follow with, you know, yeah, just a hypothetical number. And then follow with some other high-end spell or even a lower cast. Though from a concept of communicating how that would be done would be weird. That's a tough one because, like, if you made them cheap, right, then no, it's fine. We'll figure that out later. I'm just thinking about the concept of if a book would be either free or cheap and how that would play, because cheap would imply a negligible cost. That then you have to worry about what it is comboed with. 50 to 100 is a lot more expensive than I was thinking when you said cheap. That's like half an energy bar at low tiers, right? If not a whole energy bar at low tiers. But I guess if let's say we're, you know, well, channeling repulsated, you get 70 back, which depends on your max energy. It regenerates at a set rate, right? At a percentage per second. Oh, I see how it works. Cool. Yeah, especially in the higher tiers. I was actually thinking about it, right? About the Vitalatry thing. And I kind of had an idea that I wanted to run by you, right? So, real quick, the different fruits, right? The 4 different fruits are on an even chance for each roll, right? So, you know, there's an yeah, so there's no way that it's going to be like weighted. Can you weight the chances though? Can you say like there's a higher chance to get glow than anything else? Is that something you can do? Or is it hard coded to always be random and evenly so? Ouch. Okay. Yikes. Okay, that's not... I don't want to do that. So, with this, seeing as there's 4 things that can spawn, that makes it a 25% chance for any of the 4 to spawn, right? But if you were to add a 5th item, it would take that from 25% to 20%, right? Here's my thought. What if instead of halving the food on the 4 buff items, you eliminate the food gain entirely from the ones that give actual buffs, but add a 5th item that then does, say, 25 or 30% feeding. So you can't just pull the buff and guarantee... You can't just pull the spell and guarantee you will get something... You'll get more out of it, right? Whereas in this case, you can use that because what it currently does, right, by having it give feeding is it'll give, whatchamacallit, well-fed, which prevents you from eating further, right? Which then locks you out of using other buffs that you might get from, say, a level 3 tree that, say, drops, you know, light, healing, and then another healing, right? So by preventing the light, healing, speed, and jump from giving you well-fed, you could more effectively combo them together, because the amount of time that it takes, you can't get them to jump into your inventory like I was expecting to. That's where this is coming from, right? Which means you have to physically open your inventory and basically step away from combat for a moment. And then pop them. You can also flag them as stims. That'd also make them stack, though, I think. Unless that's a different tag. But anyway, you see where I'm going with it, right? What do you think about that? Remove the feeding from all of them. And non-perishable too, which would mean they'd stack up and you could just farm the thing for... Yeah, not a good idea in my opinion. I think better to leave them as perishable, short-lived food items in air quotes, but have an alternate variant, of a 5th variant. Maybe it's chalky white or something like that. Well, I'd say it still feels quite roulette, considering the amount of time you have to wait for it to drop anything for you. Which, in the middle of a fight, could be the difference between life or death. If you really need that healing fruit, and you get a light fruit, well, you're shit out of luck. I'm also thinking about this from the perspective of this item could be conceived as more of a fun item rather than like a pure utility item. In the sense that you could go full buff. It would take forever to do, but you could go full buff for a very short period of time. And then just be bouncing and gleaming and zooming all over the place. Which is just hilarious. I don't know about Invuln. Invuln seems a little bit powerful. What's that one effect that you use on the housewife solution? Was it bouncy or something like that? Yeah, bouncy's a whole other thing. I could see that accidentally screwing a player over, but I mean, you know, like I said, if we go full send with this one on, like, you know, I guess if you go full send on it being more of a fun item rather than like pure utility, especially if it's rouletting, right? That's one of those cases where I don't find a utility item inconsistent. At least it shouldn't be. You get utility items for the consistency and benefit they give, but to mix inconsistency into that utility kind of makes it less utility and more just eh. You kind of see where I'm saying here. So if you're gonna go full tilt on it having on having a lot of really cool and sometimes kooky effects, perhaps making it so that you can mix and match them and stack them as you please would probably be a better, more fun alternative. Because the instant you make it super random as to what you're going to get out of a utility item, it becomes less utility and more... I'm going in circles again. You see what I'm saying, though, right? That'd be funny. A grappling hook that doesn't grapple. What does it do? It pulls the world down on you. I guess in that case it grapples a little too good, right? Dear God Almighty, we've been streaming for 6 hours again. No wonder the Inkster has gone quiet. She's asleep. Careful, you'll wake her up. I have to carry that one back to bed anyways. God damn it. I think next time I'm gonna get another Flufalo. Because I've got a feeling we're gonna be going through a lot of plant fiber, making a lot of ropes and salves and other fun stuff. Eventually. Oops, that doesn't go in there. What am I going to do with all these diamonds? They're not used to make anything particularly nice, are they? They're just... I know they're used in capture pods, teleporter cores, smelt them. Yeah, once I get a refinery. That's what I was doing. I was trying to make a refinery. Just refinery and pixel printer. Damn it. Or a pixel compressor. Also need a refinery, though. Titanium coal campfire? Put that there for now. Let's see, how much we get out of a diamond? Half the sell value is 600. Yep. Lots of money indeed. All right. I think it's time to call it a night. I'm tired, the Inkster's asleep. We've been streaming for 6 hours. I think that's plenty of Starbound for 1 week. That's a good idea. Tell you what, depending on what changes and stuff get made, what I'll do, is in this chest here, I'll leave the items I have. That way, if you end up doing updates or whatever, bug fixes, etc., I'll just leave them in here and then I'll come pick them back up at the start of the next stream. And that'll be the system going forward for whatever tweaks and stuff get made. You should be fine remembering, but I know I'm not going to. The witch doctor didn't see much use this time around. Oh well, maybe next time around. Maybe next time. Next time, hopefully we'll get enough materials to move the Snoogle to the upstairs of my room here, where it'll be safe. Yeah. I do that just in case I future-proof myself so I don't accidentally die doing something stupid. Like AFKing after I raid out or do whatever. Then I'll make sure to turn it off before next stream gets going. Yeah. It's past my bedtime too. 10 past. That's, like I said, inky too. So. Yeah, always fun, man. Looking forward to next week. And hopefully I'll be seeing you for any of the other streams that I end up doing. It's always good to see you, man. Right, Zai. Till next time. Alright. It's time for me to go to bed too. The stream plans for this week are looking a little bit up in the air. Not 100% sure about MechWarrior tomorrow. I'm gonna have to talk to the guys and see how that plan goes out. Not sure what I'm doing Tuesday. I want to do BattleTech, but something else might get in the way of that, so we'll see about that too. The only surefire thing, I'd imagine, will probably be Deep Rock on Thursday. Although, for what it's worth, I do need to start taking longer breaks from my time on Sol's Exultant Tech because it still does run the risk of causing me issues. It's so nice being, you know, mechanized and having hollow projector panels and stuff like that where I don't have to, like, worry about posture as much and other weird things. Human things. But yeah. Keep an eye on the Discord. Keep an eye on Twitch alerts and all that. And I guess I'll see you guys when I see you guys. Be it tomorrow, Tuesday, or Thursday, or whenever. And I'll make sure to update you in the Discord as to what happens with the whole renaming the branch thing. But yeah. Enough rambling and babbling out of me. It's time to call it a night. So, until the next time, remember, keep your core strong and your eyes bright. Gaze out.